nervous about giving that to you. They persecute me. They pick on me when I play music. We do everything in the we steal everybody else's content, so I don't know why music is the content that we can't steal. JD, we listened to this yesterday. I thought the same thing. So let's clear the air. You have 3 minutes to clear the air. Wasn't your stance on immigration kind of hypocritical yesterday? Well, here's his video. I was thinking this too. Okay, well, he's got a response. Tabula rasa over here. To leave. We created the material conditions to make them immigrate. Show me. Show me. Convince me. Damn. Scathing. Let's see what the comments say. Turn on CNN, NBC, and you wouldn't even know there is a border crisis. It's a right-wing issue. They care about immigration. The left cares, but they don't. It's not issue 1, 2, or 3. Where are the 100,000 unaccompanied children that all of a sudden disappear in the U.S.? The psychopath trillionaires are sitting around the table laughing at the weak-minded, brainwashed Americans. Probably. If you hadn't changed or grown during your adulthood, you were closed-minded. It's giving him an out, saying you should change your mind. It takes bigger balls to admit when you were wrong than it does to stonewall and strong-arm people about a position you're misinformed on. The thumbs up. You can't have sovereign, independent, self-defending, free-speaking United States of America in a one-world government. The two cannot coexist. This isn't immigration. It's literally an uninterrupted flow of people who do not intend to assimilate. We have to seal the border because there's an uninterrupted flow. It's a water metaphor. They're flooding. We need a dam to block out the flood. Is it really water? No, it's people. But the metaphor is always water. We have to seal it. There are holes in the wall. There's an uninterrupted flow of water? No, people. But the metaphor is water. I don't know what that means. It's just a clue. The ruling class hates the American people, who no longer listen to the propaganda of the mainstream media, so they are replacing us Americans with illegals. That's what you think is going on. Immigration and an invasion of the country by undocumented people. Invasion by undocumented. Those words don't go together. It's not the same lexicon. Invasion is war. That's a war word. Who invades you? An army. Not undocumented refugees. That's not an invasion. But you see how the words almost don't fit together. Immigration and an invasion of the country by undocumented people are two completely different things. This isn't immigration. This is an invasion of the country by undocumented people. My grandfather immigrated from Wales, I'm sure he did, and took about 10 years to do it. They're just walking through the border. It's like so unfair. I don't care if Jimmy changed his mind on the topic. Jimmy changed his mind several times. I would probably be supporting Ukraine right now like a tool if it wasn't for his channel. Yeah, the thing I think about it, JJ changing his mind on his guns. He kind of goes back and forth with, well, what do we do about the gun problem? Eric, my authority. Now they are giving immigrant families of 4 220 grand a month. Guys. This is misinformation. Somebody should censor this. Or do we need a community note for this guy's comment? You know, I could have seen a world where we didn't take people's online comments seriously. And everybody knew that this was just trolls and propagandists and Russians and 12-year-old boys fucking around, playing jokes on people. And everybody just kind of read this stuff as not serious. This is a place to act the fool. But we made a decision that, no, we're going to police people's comments online as if it was church, or as if we were all under oath. So our comments have to be serious, and you can't just spout off and say nonsense. And and sow the discontent and immigrant families of four are now getting $20,000 a month. Find me one. Show me what you're talking about. That can't be true. So the $1,000 credit card is just bonus pocket money. They're getting $1,000 debit card. And also $20,000 a month for being what? A family of four and an immigrant. I can't. It's unbelievable. I'm starting to feel anti-immigration myself, but it's because I never imagined that my government would put immigrants, illegal or illegal, ahead of U.S. citizens at a time once so many of us are barely hanging on, and many of us are in desperate need of help. Migrants are being brought here to take the public spaces and services that belong to us. This is replacement theory, and it's wrong. I'm from Germany. I went to university. So many international students, so many different cultures and languages. I love the diversity and the opinions from the different perspectives. I made a great friend I made great friends with all colors. It made me think that immigration is no problem and a country like Germany can handle it. I changed my mind. I'm still leaning left when it comes to Social Security and other topics. However, if you speak out that you don't think that uncontrolled immigration works and there should be rules and restrictions, then you're easily called a racist. If you raise your voice against the warmongering hawks, then you're called a far right-wing autocratic puppet. In the U.S., you're called a Democrat. All I want is that people can live in peace wherever they are, and that we, the West, don't continually create situations that force them to come to our country. I don't think that's racist. Even my foreigner friends and immigrant working colleagues can't believe why Germany has nearly open borders for everyone. Oh, Germany too, huh? And especially for those who refuse to adopt to the culture, rules and laws of the country in which they seek to have a better life. They don't follow the laws. You know, we had a black president. Racism should be over. This should be over. Hi, Meowie. After World War II, the immigrants were After World War II, the immigrants were a blessing for us being Germany. Truly hard-working people in the East and West Germany who helped build up the country again and helped us Germans to mainly overcome our racist past. And it's also those people who think the unrestricted immigration in combination with political destruction of our own economy doesn't work. That's a thing I had to learn. And someone who in his heart still leans left. Unrestricted immigration in combination with political destruction of our own economy doesn't work. Unrestricted immigration, open borders. The police don't let them break the law. We give them money. If they bring children, we give them more money. Does this sound like they're trying to make you hate the Mexicans? I remember this from, well, 2016. We had this guy stand up and say they're all rapists. I mean, some of them are good people, but come on. They're not sending their best. These guys are criminals. The immigrants are criminals. They're drug dealers. And I remember thinking, okay, well, even if that's true, you standing up on stage as the leader, saying it to everybody in the country, makes us look racist. And it's like giving a nod to racist to go ahead and be racist, because I'm legitimizing it by standing there up on stage saying it's kind of true. They're rapists. They're criminals. And now you're letting all the people in my town go, see, Trump said they're racist. He's right. Or they're rapists. He's right. This guy's from Germany. He sounds exactly like a Republican. Sounds today in 2024. We have open borders. The immigrants are running wild. They're lawless. They're not assimilating. I'm not racist for saying that they're taking my spots and taking my Social Security and taking my resources, taking my welfare. I'm not racist for saying that. I'm saying that it's bad for our country. I'm nationalist. I was a left-winger once. Pro-illegals and all, back in the 90s. Then I grew up. Pro-illegals. I was pro-illegals. With a framing like that, I doubt it. Child labor and literal cannon fodder. Cheap labor and literal cannon fodder. What? Jimmy changed his mind about hearing, seeing, talking to opposing views. After hearing, seeing, talking to opposing views. Just like listening to him change his mind on healthcare. Digging in on an issue when you are wrong isn't principled, it's stupid. Just trying to look strong, I guess. I've changed my mind on some things by watching Jimmy and getting more info. Likewise, he has a right to change his mind and agree with me. It's called growth. The reset is we're talking about JD's position on immigration. He thinks, well, goddamn it, we need border security. We need less immigration. We need less illegal immigration. Why is he saying that? Because apparently we're giving resources to them that we should be giving to our own people. That to me is hard to believe, and the accounts of it are wild. They sound exaggerated. If true, they sound like they're on purpose inflammatory. You could have said it 100 different ways, but the way that people are saying it, it sounds terrible. It almost sounds too terrible. Unbelievably terrible. Unbelievably ridiculous. Unbelievably stupid. Not just regular incompetence, but like kind of super incompetence. Almost too much. Like it could. How could we really be giving our resources to a bunch of illegals instead of our own people? It's hard to believe. But that's what they're saying. You know, I remember learning this lesson about my own state. There's 5 states in the Union that matter: New York, Florida, California, Texas, and Colorado. I'm lucky enough to have slipped into that 5th state that matters. Why do we matter? I don't know. Aspen? I have no idea why our governors matter, our mayors matter, our politics matters at a national level. They talk about Colorado like we matter. You know what they don't talk about? St. Louis. Kansas City. They don't care. They're never coming. They're never going to give those people help. They're going to send tanks. They're going to send armored vehicles from Afghanistan to patrol the streets. That's what they're going to do in St. Louis. They're not going to send $1,000 debit cards to help people get money or food or pay bills or what the fuck ever they do with the money. They're not going to buy. I mean, they could buy drugs, I guess. But velocity of money, it's all money flow. It should be good. The worst thing they could do is put it in a bank account and not spend it. And poor people will spend their money. If somebody gave me $1,000 right now, you know what I'd do with it? I'd give it to the landlord. I'd use it to pay rent. Shouldn't you buy like another Nintendo? Maybe I should. But my mind is, I'm going to use the money that they give me to pay all my bills. That's how poor people think. LOL. This was practically from the Big Lebowski. Look, man, I've got certain information, alright? Certain things that came to light. And, you know, has it ever occurred to you that instead of, running around blaming me, giving the nature of all this new shit, this could be a lot more complex. I mean, it might not be just such a simple, It was a little unscripted, his answer, if that's what the point he's trying to make. Independent journalists who have investigated the border surge in 2016, when we needed a wall. Do you feel the archetypical reoccurrence here? Do you feel the historical cyclical reoccurrence here? Border surge? What you mean in 2016? When we needed a wall? How did we possibly deal with the border surge then without a wall? When Obama was letting all those illegals in? Our country's gonna collapse. How are we ever gonna manage with all these illegals? Well, we fucking got right through it. I don't know. I can't. I mean, how many videos of the border do you want me to show you? JD says. You want me to show you Bobby J? What do you want to see? Yeah, I want you to show me all those videos. For sure. I want you to show me all the videos at the border of the flood. Of the uninterrupted flow. I want you to show me videos of the family of 4 getting a $20,000 debit card, $20,000 per month debit card. I want you to show me the 8 West African males, all soldier side, walking through the border, giving tickets to different cities and then flying to different cities to go back to their arraignment 7 years later. That's what these are. I'm just repeating what they're saying. Is it true? I need to see more pictures. Show me more videos. I want to see 20. I remember living in Michigan during Trump's ascendance and thinking, well, I didn't even know immigration was the Canadians, the Mexicans. There's only two places they could come from. Yeah, the Mexicans. Oh, what's wrong with them? They're leaving, they're sneaking over. They're working in the summers picking fruit, then they walk back over to Mexico and give all that money away to their families so that they can have better lives and work for better wages in a better country. The fucking bastards. Well, you know, that's kind of the employers who are doing that. If you wanted to stop that, all you had to do was go to legally is make them pay taxes for their workers. And then they wouldn't hire illegals because they couldn't pay because they're not citizens. But we don't care. It's a trick. It's to make you hate black people, you hate brown people, you hate Muslims, you hate Syrians, you hate Chinese people sneaking over the border, whatever ruffles your feathers, that's what they're doing. They're not. Are they serious? Is there a serious crisis at the border, or is this priming us all for a racist campaign to vote for Donald Trump? What is really going on? I feel like it's the second one, but I am incredibly open to. Show me uninterrupted flow of migrants on the Mexican border being let in. Come on right through. I mean, we should be able to send Hassan Piker down there. Get an investigative reporter who can go down to the scene. Pick a guy. Let's follow him through his. Let's have a little documentary, little biography of some guy crossing the border. How his experience is. How the police fuck with him. Do they give him money? Do they put his kids in cages? Do they tag and release him? Do they put them in a camp? Do they give them plane tickets to any city they want to go and say, see you in 7 years for your court date? There are lots of different stories being told here. Are they putting kids in cages? Are they separating families? Or are they giving you $20,000 per month credit cards and saying, welcome to the country? Those are very different stories. The second one seems unbelievable to me, but it's the story that's being said the loudest. That to me means it's probably there's a political reason why that is in the zeitgeist. That is in the Overton window. We're allowed to talk about how immigrants are bad right now, or everybody is. A political reason. It's probably a manufactured. Is that the thing that's really? This is Russell Brand. I mean, you're a person in the world. What is affecting you? What is your problem? Too many Mexicans around you? The streets aren't safe. They're not assimilating. They're criminals. They're taking all of our resources. What is the fucking problem? How is it affecting you personally? This is politics. You shouldn't care until it affects you personally. But they're tricking you into just hating people. Hate the immigrants. I don't want to hate the immigrants. I want to help the immigrants. I want you to help the people. I don't want you to pit us against each other. Okay. So, that was an hour's worth of me ranting over nothing. So what we're watching today is BBC Toriyama's death. Some reason they cover their Never News today. We're gonna do Nixon. We're gonna do The Hill, talking about leftist resistance towards Biden's policies on Gaza and Israel. We're going to do Peterson talking about the psychology of class. So this is incredibly. I'm watching Elite. Yeah, this is just one of my questions in general. Well, how do if we're gonna get rid of hierarchy, and we're gonna get rid of a caste system, and we're gonna have true equality, and we're gonna have a meritocracy, and we're gonna put people exactly where they're supposed to be instead of what their granddaddy was supposed to be. We're gonna judge everybody as an individual in the moment instead of a legacy. I'm the fifth generation of greatness, or I'm the fifth generation of terribleness. We're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to say, well, everybody, yeah, you can be anything you want to be. If you work hard and play by the rules, you don't have to be a blacksmith. You can get out of that caste. But the older I get, the more I think this is the primordial structure of the universe. This is what Peterson says. Hierarchy is something about lobsters. So we're stuck in this. So what is it going to be? How do we become Asta? How do we become Emilico? How do we sit at the bottom of the social status, of the social structure? The worst class of them all, and still have a positive, healthy psychology. Still have a wonderful life. Still have a meaningful, productive, healthy mental life. It seems like if you're a slave, this is impossible. But it's not impossible. So I need lessons about the psychology of social status and class. I'm interested in this. We also have the DNA origins of the Ainu. Ainu are the Eskimos in Japan. Where the DNA of where these people came from. PBD, we have Chris Cuomo and Candace Owens on PBD. We have documentary RFK, documentary Hitler, documentary Stalin. We have John Mersheimer on Israel and the power that they have as lobbyists in our Congress. We have Jeffrey Sachs on Breonna Joy Gray. They're talking about Israel. We have Bobby J on Elon. I don't know what this is about. And we have Slavoj. Techno-feudalism. Techno-feudalism. Yikes. Yikes. Techno-feudalism. Yeah, yikes. And then I have a Slavoj on, you can't have good without evil. And then I have another Jeffrey Sachs in case I need more. I have two Slavojs, I have two Jeffreys if we need it, which we won't. We'll never get through it. But that's what we're watching today. And Crusader Kings. Japanese comics. Comic. Manga, bitch. Who cares? Blood clot. Probably a real blood clot. Okay, so this is weird because this is BBC, that's state news, and this is Britain. So why are you covering the death of a Japanese comic? The death of a artist for a Japanese comic. Homie's putting up his little anime doll. In front of Goku, and then taking a picture of his doll in front of Goku. What is he doing? He's gonna tell us what Dragon Ball is about. Okay. Okay, what did you see when you read the story, Anchor? What do you think it's about? That's not what the story... What? A boy who collects balls that has magical dragons inside them? No! Did you even watch the... Did you just guess? Did you just guess? Well, there's dragon balls. They probably have dragons in them. No, that's not what... No. That's not the lore. This sounds like Pokemon. A boy with magical balls containing dragons. What, are you trying to be the best like no one ever was? Yes. Goku is doing that. That is not what the story's about. '68. Well, so he has balls with dragons inside them. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Get a real person who knows what the show is about to talk about this. I mean, if you don't know what Dragon Ball is, why are you doing a story on it? Because lots of people are talking about Toriyama's death, and they use Twitter as a means to decide what's important and what's news. And so they're like, we should do a story on this too, but we don't know anything about it. I guess is what's I can't believe this is a story on the BBC. I spent the morning going through all the obituaries or all the memes or all the sign-offs or what a Toriyama meant to me, or every Dragon Ball creator had something to say about this. But then I saw this one covered by the BBC, and I thought, well, this might be different than those. Let's see what they say. The legacy that he leaves behind, you know, every shonen you've ever seen, that would be a legacy he left behind. They love Goku in Mexico. They like the meme that he cheats on Chi-Chi in Mexico. Goku's always leaving. They think that's funny. They like to ship Goku with other girls in Mexico. Right in America. It's like wrestling. It's like galactic wrestling. She says the people who watch the BBC know Son Goku. Oh, really? Do you guys know that little cat? Man, if you had asked me a couple of years ago, I could have given you a name. I was more in Weeb World. Next to Goku, they have like a Super what do they call this? Like a big robot guy, you know, like it's morphin time. We gotta get into the Megazord. It's all over Japanese art. Dragon Ball came out in 1984? Oh my god. I mean, I probably watched Dragon Ball when I was 10 or 12. I remember Z was on earlier than the original because the original was like fan servicey, whereas Z was more like bloody and violent. So I can just erase the blood and give this to the Americans. At least for television broadcast, which is a way that you will not watch anything in the future. You're not going to watch anything on television broadcast. You're going to go to your PlayStation and it's going to say, hey, you should watch Seven Deadly Sins. And you'll go, okay. I'll just binge that for a couple days. That is not the way we used to watch TV. Took the world by storm. Keep showing the same two shots. Statue of Goku. Back to this guy. Isn't that really the story? This thing is a franchise. It makes a lot of money. Maybe you didn't hear of it, but now you should know. It's like a corporate reporter. There's 17 movies, and the sales of the manga are. Bro, who cares? Your story could have been about anything. You could have talked about his family. You could have talked about your favorite character. You could say anything, but you're gonna talk about money. It just sucks. I want respect for the artist, not look how much money he made. Why did he make that much money? That should be your report. Whoa. Big number. Over 9,000 even. What's the first manga you ever bought? I'm really into Naruto. I'm really passionate about Naruto, and I know the story, but I think I'm just gonna buy Volume 1, support Kishimoto. And I wanted to do this with Black Clover because I'm thinking, well, you guys aren't buying his manga, so I'll do my part to buy the manga of a story that I really like, so that Japan knows that Jesse actually likes Black Clover. Contrary to what the internet might say, he likes it. He's buying the manga. That's the best thing you could possibly do to show your support. So I'm thinking, well, that's what I'll do. I'll go buy manga of stories I like. I'll buy Rurouni Kenshin. I want people to know, or I want Japan to know, I like Rurouni Kenshin. These are Berserk. These are some of the first manga I ever bought. What's some of the first manga you ever bought? Was it Dragon Ball? Was it Dragon Ball? My instincts say no, it wasn't Dragon Ball. That was a manga moment. Dragon Ball is an anime thing. My mom used to call this the screaming cartoon. Why? Because I'd be watching this as 8, 10, 12-year-old kid, and she'd walk in and they go, ah! Ah! They just do that for a couple minutes, and she's like, what the fuck are you watching? It wasn't a manga thing, it was an anime thing. For me, You tell me. Was Dragon Ball the first manga you bought? What was the first manga you bought? Put it in the comment section down below. And is Dragon Ball more of a anime thing or more of a manga thing for you? She's making the claim that this manga took over the world. I'm sorry. I'm thinking no, it wasn't the manga that took over. Said the first time I heard of Dragon Ball, I was living in China, and they handed me the manga. Said, read this. Well, that's nice. At least she gave you that. Give you a little 10 seconds. Tell you what the art is actually about. Wait, a political influence? Do you guys... I know a little bit of Dragon Ball lore. I don't know any of the politics behind it. What the Red Ribbon Army is bad? What is the politics of Dragon Ball? You can you can evolve out of your monkey form? What the fuck is the politics of Dragon Ball? Don't be racist to the Namekians? I can't think of anything. I mean, I'm really pulling random ideas out of my hat. I have nothing. Politics for Dragon Ball Z. Toriyama was politically influential in Japan. Question mark. How? Comment down below. Is Dragon Ball Z political? Is Toriyama's influence political? If it is, I should explain it to me. Summon up that Monkey King to hit you with this prime, mate. All the authors are invisible. I'm trying to think of the biggest, loudest, most famous, most celebrity of the authors. I can't. They're all secret. They have pseudonyms. Some of them you don't even know their gender. They hide. They hide behind masks. They hide behind caricatures. It's like they don't want people to know who they are because maybe they killed Bakugo and somebody attacks them, terrorism or something. I mean, they're very secretive. So Toriyama living a quiet life. Well, yeah, they all are quiet as far as the public sphere goes. Political. materials. Kawaii? She's talking about cute? She's talking about like... I'm watching the Animaniacs, and one of the episodes is Dot wants to make everything cute. And so she eats like a cupcake and it gets gets a cute beam and starts hitting everybody with the cute beam and turns them into a cute version of whatever they are. And it looks very anime when they do this. Is that what she's talking about? Is she talking about like chibi? Is she talking about like... You know, Japan is not afraid of human forces, human flow. They capture anger, they capture lust. And there is something attractive about cute. The cute baby, the cute puppy. And they grab this and they use it as a force in the market and everywhere else. Is that kind of what she's talking about? Well, as far as business goes, this is what the CIA guy was talking about. If we use the right colors and we make it cute, then they're going to want to buy Frosted Flakes because it's got Tony the Tiger on it. Right? Is that kind of... That's the idea. If I put Hello Kitty on everything, you're going to buy it. Why? Because it's fucking cute. It's cute as fuck. You like cute, you're going to buy it. Kawaii. It's an action manga. It's about fighting. She's like, isn't it kawaii though? No, I mean, I guess a little bit. There's always a baby in Dragon Ball. They always have a chopper there somewhere, or they have like a Poir. A baby Gohan. There's every place in the story you'll stop in time and there'll be a baby there. So I guess it could be a little kawaii. But yeah, it's about fighting. It's about it's about action and comedy. It's not about kawaii. I don't think. I don't think so. Do you think so? Do you think Dragon Ball Z is kawaii? I don't think so. She's got it. doctor. Toriyama died. Toriyama died. I didn't have a lot of... I was into the art, not the artist. There are some artists I'm very interested in. The modern artists. Nixon. I'm not sure I'm ready for Nixon. Let's skip this. Give it a minute. His hair. Does that sound familiar to anybody in the room? He disgraced the presidency. He shouldn't even be allowed to talk. Why are you giving him a platform to talk to everybody? Does that sound familiar? It should. Well, that's not a new thing. They were saying this before to this president too. Because I'm the fucking leader? Would be my answer, but I'm sure they're going to do a lot better than me. Okay. I'm the only one who will say it. That's why I'm speaking. Despair. Coffin Bridge. This is not prescient. Holy fuck. Don't you think it's better that we hear from everybody? I mean, censoring never helped anyone. We're adults, we can listen to different ideas and come away without being tricked by it. Come on, let him speak. Oh, that's where we're going. David Duke has been around for this long? What type of magic can he do? Grand Wizard? You have some sort of time magic? You have some sort of youth elixir? How are we talking about David Duke all the way back here? Honestly, everything just sounds like Trump to me. Maybe that's the moment in time I'm in. Maybe that's Trump has taken up a lot of mental real estate in my head. But I just hear Trump. Everything they're saying, I'm just thinking about Trump. Okay. Thank you for couching Matt, qualifying Matt. Well, let me tell you about David Duke's politics. Well, how the fuck do you know? Well, I don't know him personally. Okay, good. Good. Glad to hear that. Pat Buchanan, anybody quickly? Just 3 sentences on Pat Buchanan. Paleo-conservative. No clue. Paleo, person who advocates old. When I say we gotta go back, I mean we gotta go back. 1955. No, I'm talking about like 955. La dee 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 dee, la da da da. You're gonna turn me back into the old me, to a monster. I just wanted low key, old man shit. I just wanted more peace. Then you tried to peace on me? That was OD. Go take 13. That was on me. How you flex on me? I'm the OG. Told me come to your level? That's a low leap. Power rules everything, bitch. That's a motif. Neoconservative and paleoconservative were coined following the outbreak of the Vietnam War and divided American conservatives between interventionists and isolationists. Interventionists, we call these hawks. We call these guys neocons. Isolationists, this is Tucker. Why are we fighting wars that don't benefit our country? We should bring the troops home. We shouldn't be paying for Ukrainian fighting. We should protect our borders. We should do protectionism for trade. We should be isolationists. We should not be in Europe at all. So the neoconservatives turned into interventionists, while the paleoconservatives became isolationists. Paleoconservatism press for restrictions on immigration. We don't like immigration. Paleoconservatism. A rollback of multiculturalism. We don't like this diversity. We don't like multiculturalism. I like my culture. And large-scale demographic changes. What are they concerned about with now? In the future and population growth. Why? Well, because of this. Why are they so fucking concerned about how many people are walking over the line? Who cares? They're not citizens. They can't vote. They shouldn't even be working. They can't collect social services. I don't know how you guys are getting credit cards with money on them. Please give me a hint. I don't know. Can you even go to school if you're an illegal? I guess you can. But you can't work legally because you don't have a social security number. So you can't pay taxes. So you can't work legally. Everything's under the table. Am I crazy? This is called scab workers. Paleoconservatives want restrictions on migrations, don't like multiculturalism, don't like large-scale domestic changes, are isolationists, want decentralization of the federal law, the restoration of controls upon free trade. They want tariffs. They don't want free trade. They don't want laissez-faire. They want, you need to give our farmers preferential treatment or we're going to remove our security. It's pretty fucking simple, guys. It's not that hard to understand. Damn. Okay. A greater emphasis upon economic nationalism. Jesus Christ. I mean, that is what this implies. Control upon free trade is a greater emphasis on our economic nationalism and non-interventionism. That's the isolationist part. In the conduct of foreign policy. Historian states that although influenced by paleoconservatism, Donald Trump is not paleoconservative, but rather a nationalist and populist. I don't think those are inconsistent. I think you could be both. Why can't he be both? You said nationalist is paleoconservatism, and populist is just, I won the election. Populist is David Frum says to Steve Bannon, I'll call you what you want to be called, which is populist. But we all know what you are. The nicest thing I can say about you guys is you're opportunists. In quote, basically, paraphrasing, regardless of how Trump himself is categorized, others regard the movement of Trumpism as supported by, if not rebranding of, paleoconservatism. Interesting. From this view, the followers of the old right did not fade away so easily and continue to have significant influence in the Republican Party and the entire country. Sure. Paleoconservatives support restrictions on immigration, decentralization, trade tariffs, protectionism, economic nationalism, isolationism, and a return to traditional conservative ideas regarding gender, race, sexuality, culture, and society. There it is. The thesis statement. That's what it is. Paleoconservatisms differ from neoconservatism in their opposing of free trade and promoting republicanism. Paleoconservatism see neoconservatives as imperialists and themselves as defenders of the republic. Paleoconservatives tend to oppose abortion, gay marriage, and LGBTQ rights. Pat Buchanan, interesting that you come up because we're talking about you, argues that a good politician must have been the paleoconservative. Pat Buchanan argues that a good politician must defend the moral order rooted in the Old Testament and natural law. Natural is good. We must preserve it. And that the deepest problems in our society are not economic or political, but they're moral problems. Really? He's a theocrat. They're trying to legislate their religion onto everybody else. What's the fucking problem with America? Well, we're decadent. Our problems really aren't economic or political at all. Those things are honestly just fine. Our problems are moral problems. We're not living up to the New Testament. Do you guys find my irreverence funny or disrespectful? During the 2023 Israel-Hamas war, paleoconservative Tucker Carlson argued Israel was guilty of war crimes and that the President Joe Biden support of the country risks American complicitness. Yep, that's pretty much everything we do as far as war goes is right on this line. I'm pretty sure killing civilians with drones is a war crime. You're not supposed to do that. We do that all the time. It's Chelsea Manning. Well, I learned a lot. Did you guys learn the difference between a paleoconservative and a neoconservative? This must be what Tucker's doing. I'm like, Tucker, how are you on the right? But you say all this crazy shit. Well, he's not a neocon, he's a paleoconservative. It's like you're not a libertarian. You want subway systems like Moscow. You want nice things from the government. You want isolationism for economic policies. You want isolationism for war. How are you in this space of conservatism, but you have all these views that I consider not to be a right-winger? Well, he's a paleoconservative. I learned a lot. This guy says Trump is not paleoconservative, but nationalist and populist. Nationalist seems paleoconservative in definition, and populist seems to be something that you'd have to be to become the president. How can you get the majority of votes in the country if you're not a little bit populist? I'm completely elitist. I only believe I'm only for the specialists. No one's gonna vote for you. How are you gonna get the majority? How are you gonna get the people? How are you gonna get the peasant bond? The clock tick tock. They've been wanting to shut me down, but I can't stop. That there's nothing but funny now. Okay, well, I learned a lot. Pat Buchanan, paleoconservative. Conservative. Okay. America's biggest problem is morality. Oh. Interesting. They're talking about the leader of the Ku Klux Klan. And he's saying he's going to spoil the election because there's so many fucking people in the country that are going to vote for him. What? Oh my God. Give me a date. When did this happen? When was this interview? 92? No! 92? 92? David Duke was going to run? Well, at least it's not as old as I thought. I thought this guy must have a youth elixir or something. He's been around for 50 years. No, it was just 30 years ago he was doing this. I'm thinking, well, it can't be. It has to be like back in the 60s or something like that, right? When we had segregation? No, the 90s. He's afraid of David Duke spoiling the Republican election. Oh my God. Y'all's a bunch of racists. How you gonna vote for David Duke to be the leader of America? Y'all's a bunch of racists. Because you're the party of races. Why would it be your party that is not voting for a Republican, but they're voting for David the fucking Grandmaster Wizard Duke? Because they're racist. Or wizards. Unlike the other guy. It's so weird that anti-Semitism is its own category of racism. I mean, I feel like it's because it's a religion. There is no Islamophobia yet. But my gut tells me that something's wrong about that. I don't know what. I'm not anti your country, I'm just non you guys. I'm pro-America. Uh-huh. India just played this card on us. It's very. It means you're not with them. I'm just really pro-America. How does this end? Pat Buchanan does not win and is beaten by Bush, who does not win, is beaten by Clinton. Right? Bush Sr. is a one-term president. Clinton is from 92 to 2000. This must be I don't know. Maybe that's not right. I think. Pennsylvania's close, but California, New York, those aren't. What's he talking about? Maybe it's different in 92. Maybe Ohio, and definitely Pennsylvania. Sounds like Trump, right? He's not even really a Republican. He's just pro-Trump. He's pro himself. Cuomo. 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 recession. Even if Clinton's nominated, they'll still win some states in the South. The politics of the time is this is the 90s. Clinton's what? Car salesman or some shit. Not really, but. here's the quiz. Do you think he's a paleo-conservative or a neo-conservative when it comes to trade? I think he's a neo-conservative. He says we need free and fair and open trade, not protectionism. Pat Buchanan is going to say, no, we need tariffs. Trump, we need tariffs. Tucker, we need tariffs. They don't say it like that. But that's what's upsetting people in their thinking about trade. They see nationalists and they go, you're fucking with the global trade. We had this all figured out. You're messing with neoliberal global trade. And they go, but what about my farmers? You see, you're messing with the economy. Nixon, you're messing with the economy. You need to take away these tariffs. You need to get rid of these trade protections and open it up and make it free and fair. Two different theories. Which one do you think is the right way to do economy? Comment down below. Tell me, are you protectionist? Are you laissez-faire? I feel like we should probably not have capitalism at all, but since we do, which way are we going to go? Laissez-faire or protectionism? What should we do about Iraq, President Nixon, 92? Do you think he's gonna say, let's invade them in a decade? Special military operation, I mean. Nixon, 92. What should we do about Iraq? They're terrorists. It's a terrorist state. They're literally governed by terrorists. The leaders are terrorists. I think we should have made them in a couple decades. We need to balance the situation in the Middle East by giving everybody a Jinchuriki. Is that what you're saying? We gave the Iraqis guns so they could fight the Iranians for us. It's a win-win. They're terrorists. Wow. I thought we just kind of realized that they were all terrorists on September 12th, 2001. But apparently in 92, we already knew they were fucking terrorists the whole time. They already did 400 acts of terrorism, and you know their leaders are terrorists. That's just a fact. Okay. National humiliation. It's demeaning that we had to say thank you to the people who actually caused the problem in the first place. Who cares? Oh my god. That's just your mind. That's your attitude. Hostages. States who take hostages. As if they're kidnappers, but it's a government. They were arrested and detained. No, they were taken hostage. You know they're terrorists. They're a bunch of terrorists who took a bunch of hostages. Okay. What? Did you guys know Saddam Hussein was Hitler? You didn't know? You didn't know Saddam Hussein was Hitler? Who's the next Hitler? Kim Jong-un is Hitler. Bashar al-Assad is Hitler. Putin's Hitler. Hamas is Hitler. Our enemy is always Hitler. Well, Bush compared him to Hitler. Yeah, but they don't mean like really Hitler. They mean like Hitler. Seems extreme. What is in Israel? Is it something under Jordan's temple or something? Solomon's temple? It's just the Holy Land. It's where Jesus was born. It's where it's the Jewish holy side, Muslim. You know, they love this place. Sam Harris says we can give them all South Dakota. We can just give the Jews all South Dakota. It's right. It's in the center of our country. We can protect them. It's a state. You can just drive there. It's fine. It will take care of you. You forget all that stupid shit on the other side of the fucking world, guys. It's too far. We're overextended militarily. You can have South Dakota. Come home to the true Christian lands. No, we have to protect them forever. Okay. Why? Morals. Israel. No. How do they get those? That's interesting. You have leverage right now. Kissing him off. Not even that long ago. Listen to that. You kissed him off. Kissed him off? He says it here and I just kind of ignore it. But then he says it again. It's like, dude, kissed him off? He's gonna cut off the aid to Cuba and Afghanistan, these other losers in the third world. Meaning, the Soviet Union was funding these losers because they were communists. Is my guess. You guys learning a lot? Yeltsin. Strong leader. They were a gas station. True. It's his birthday. His ad was don't donate. Click here to donate. Hi, Meowie. Hi, Meowie. Hi, Meowie. Hi. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi, Meowie. Hi, Meowie. Hi, Meowie. Hi. My cute little baby. I'm not a baby. I'm a grown cat. I'm grown. Say, I'm grown. Say, I'm grown. Huh, Meowie. Huh, Meowie. Say, I'm grown. I lost everything, but I always bounce back. Hiccup from Manado always kept me on track. Back to when the leaf had cut my family off mad. Loyalty is more important than your virtue. Whoa. She says, I'm loyal to a fault. I'm loyal. Loyal. You loyal to me? You're loyal to me? You're loyal? 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 You're loyal? Okay. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. What do you guys think of Nixon? Some things were way different, but some things stayed just the same. Recession, Middle East hates us, we'll support Israel no matter what, no matter who the president is. Lots of stuff. Okay, so the left is mad at Biden. Why is the left mad at Biden? Well, he's reign of terror. There's a reign of terror in Gaza. We're funding it. It's Kristen's August format. That Bobby J at 26. It's just Arizona. He's pro, he's not gonna do that. But the left is gonna be pro-Palestinian? Some will. Not Joe Biden. Garnering protest votes. Garner them. How did she garner them? What does garner mean? Good words. Buffer zone will be in your country, not our country. Guns. They mean arms. Lethal aid. They mean arms. Aid. You mean weapons. code pink. Medea Benjamin. We're not doing the war, so we can't. We either support them or we don't, and we support them. Kirby. Shit, I dropped the button. She liked the State of the Union. Supplying their enemy. that's how most people, I think, are going to see this. In my country, in our country. Should pull me and ask me if I approve of Biden or not. Give me a little switch in my house. I'll flip it on. I approve of our leader. Oh, look what he just did. He sent guns to Israel. I'm flipping that switch down. Now it's all. I do not support the leader. Disapprove of his actions. It's Asian. An outline of Rob's memoir. Realizing what he didn't want to become. Joining the military. Getting hit by a bus. No, that's Grey's Anatomy. Criminality among men. The importance of role models. Robin Hood's my hero. The Unabomber's my hero. Dude. Couldn't come up with anybody else. Deco. No. The Unabomber. Oh. How environment impacts academic success. Okay. Responding to the momentary incentives versus planning for the long term. Your plans will fail anyway, so why even care? Have a plan and expect not to achieve it. I think that's probably the best way to go. The impact of scheduled chores and genuine responsibility. Oh, you guys are adulting on me. Learning to read at 7. Natalie can read, she's 5. Instability and disorder. The first response was to medicalize it. Instability and disorder. Medicalize it. The military offers steep consequences but also rewards. The deterioration of working class families. Luxury benefits and manic Marxism. Luxury benefits and manic Marxism. The positive feedback loop of weaponized marginalization. That's interesting. The only form of victimization the elite students won't disclose. People will actively identify with a new sexuality but run from their sexual history. It's the opposite of what I'm doing. I think. I don't know what that means. You fucking psychologist. The rise of dark tetrad traits. The dark triad. And their correlation with a victim mentality. Okay. Okay. Reputation matters deeply to most people. Don't let yours be exploited. My reputation. Yeah, we're gonna give that a shot. Why psychopaths constantly need new victims. Consequence-free dating. Predatory sexuality. You're the psychologist, you tell me. Why people support and oppose populism. The tendency for those who rally on behalf of the poor to sacrifice them. The tendency for those who rally on behalf of the poor to sacrifice them, meaning themselves or the poor. Education is not a substitute for a stable family. The dark difference between wealth and status. But this was social status and class. None of this is that. It's your main squeeze. So no wonder you're a psychologist. Let's listen to Luxury Benefits in Manic Marxism. Rob grew up in foster homes in Los Angeles in a rural town, Asa. He enlisted in U.S. Air Force at the age of 17. Following his enlistment, he attended Yale on the GI Bill and subsequently awarded the Gates Cambridge Scholarship to study at Cambridge, where he attained a Ph.D. in psychology. His writing has appeared in Wall Street journals, among other outlets, and his Substack newsletter has 50,000 subscribers. Peterson's exclusive catalog is now available here. Birch Gold. Go buy gold, guys. Seriously, go do it. Give all your money, give some of it. Tithe it. You can get some gold. You can look at it. So smart. Canadian. Class structure. This guy's conscious. That's not the same. They go together sometimes. Elitist, warped culture. Okay. But I don't know. Isn't that what you're doing? I mean, my understanding was the oppressor was not primordial, not fabric of the universe, but in fact something that was put on us by society, by culture. And the end game of communism was to get rid of that. Not to embrace it as the lens to see everything through, but to aim to get rid of that so that the next generation or the future doesn't have that. Every single time I turn on Peterson, he is talking about oppress and oppressor. So to me, the person who's talking about oppress and oppressor is Peterson, who's doing this. But he's saying, oh, that's what the Marxists do. Okay, well, I guess they do, but the goal was to not do that. We were gonna. That's the problem, and we're gonna fix it, and then we're not gonna have that anymore. I don't know. The way I understand Peterson's ideology of hierarchy is primordial, and something about lobsters, is that we're never going to get out of the hierarchy. It's here to stay. So then the oppress and oppressor narrative that is on everything, it seems like that's what you're thinking. I mean, I'm re-examining hierarchy and power structure in all types of areas in general, and trying to remove any moral bias I may have had by thinking, well, that's icky. I don't like being oppressed. I don't like having people who have power over me. That's bad because they're strong and I'm weak. I was thinking, well, maybe that's too, maybe Nietzsche was right. maybe that's Christian slave morality. Maybe I need to look at power as just, that's how it is. He's stronger, so he gets his way. You're weak, so you don't. Now what? Now you just gotta keep going. But it's so unfair. It's the way the world is. I'm looking at the oppressor-oppressed narrative again without moralizing it. What if oppressor and oppressed what if Aristotle was right? What if there's two types of being, the slave and the master? There's all the Hegelian master-slave dialectic, beyond good and evil, Nietzsche. These are people who are saying, well, this is kind of Untermensch? Oh my god! Did you know that there was an Untermensch? I'm just trying to look at it as not moralizing it. What if being weak and oppressed and enslaved and dominated and a tyrannical authoritarian force controls everything about your life, and you're the soldier ant in the hive that gets moved around by a hive mind and pheromones and that you can't control, that tell you what to do. And is this bad? Is this the worst thing in the world? Is this hell? Is this the way life is for a lot of people a lot of the time? Is this something we really can get rid of? Is it maybe worth focusing on other things than trying to give everybody absolute autonomy and freedom in every area possible all the time? Maybe hierarchy I mean, there are. I wouldn't want to get rid of it everywhere. I believe in experts. I believe in elites as a concept. I don't want a lottery for everything I need. I want an expert for things I need. I want the best. I want the best rappers. I want the best cereal. I don't want amateur. I want elite. I want greatness. The Marxists are saying oppressor and oppressee exists and it's bad. I thought Peterson was saying something more like oppressor and oppressee exists and it's natural. It's just the way it is. Breathing air and excreting food, this is how we work. This is the world. This moralizing it doesn't. It's not good or bad to breathe. This isn't the way to think about it. I mean, in a sense, breathing is good, but it's good for us because we need it, right? Well, maybe that's how this hierarchy thing works too. Maybe we need it. Maybe there will always be a god or angels or some sort of higher being that's stronger than you, forcing you to do things, manipulating you into different places. Is that bad in and of itself? It certainly sucks, but maybe it's not bad. Maybe it's better. Then what's the alternative? We're all swimming in a sea of free choice. I'm watching Elite. They're swimming in a sea of free choice. They're not making the best choices. They got everything they need. They got all the class and money and friends and family and institutional support, and they're still conflict arises. They can't get away from this. It's hard. Utopian. They're not utopia. This is not the theme of the show. They don't get out of it. What bone is he throwing in? Once you're rich, you can stay. It's easier to break the rules to make you be the winner or get the advantage. So, like, my parents have authority over me, but you wouldn't say that they're oppressing me. You could say that, but it doesn't necessarily follow from being under them in the authority structure, in the hierarchy pyramid. The parents are the rule setters and the rule enforcers, and everybody accepts that as morally fine. In fact, some people say it's a good thing. But nobody says it's bad. The kids should have autonomy and freedom and be able to decide for themselves and not be oppressed by such a tyrannical authority figure, their parents. But if I move it, but I mean, you, the patriarchy card is that, the race card is that, the I'm not sure the Democrat Republican card is that though. Maybe a little bit, but not really. Every relationship is a struggle between oppressor and oppressed. I'm just trying to think, well, is that really true? It's true in some cases. You wouldn't say it for parenting. I don't think you would say it in politics, though you could. You could say Biden's oppressing us, God damn it, with his tyrannical rule and his leftist authoritarianism, and then Trump's in charge, and you go, he's oppressing us with his fascism and his ethno-nationalism. You know, so you could say that, but I don't think of it that way. I don't think of the Republican and Democratic divide being a struggle between oppressed and oppressor. But I could see how others would. I think family is a good example of how this is. I mean, you're going to hit 16 and you're going to go, Dad is fucking oppressing me. He's telling me who I can date. He's telling me what time I can come home. He's dictating what my allowance, how much money I make, when I get to work, where I go to school, who my friends are, what my car is. He's oppressing me. Well, he's just higher than you on the hierarchy. It's not. It can be not fair. He might be a bad master or a bad patriarch, but he is the rule setter, the decider. The way I used to look at sex was not oppressor and oppressee, though recently I have been playing with both sides of that fence. Well, what would it be like to be a sexual oppressor? I mean, I'm not thinking of it that way, but it could be easily put into that framework, what I'm doing in the bedroom. I'm being an oppressor, you could say, or maybe I have chosen the oppressee role in bed. Sure, you could say it. You could say it that way for sure. The police, the law, they're the oppressor. We're the oppressee, just by being under their jurisdiction. Hammurabi's oppressing me because we have to follow his law. The relationship is oppressor-oppressee. It's a stretch. I don't think that that's really what people do. I don't think that if there is a meta Marxist out in the audience who could attest to what Peterson's saying, yes, I do actually see every single relationship of a social kind as an oppressor and oppressee. Please put your hand up and we'll get at least one voting for that. But I've never heard anybody make this. I feel like he might be straw manning. I don't think that's a position anybody. I've never heard anybody take that position. I love Peterson's logo. He's got an artistic aesthetic. Modern. I just don't think that's true. Low verbal intelligence, me. Okay. Okay. How do you do it? Is this Jesus? Isn't this exactly what you think? I don't know. I'm gonna know Peterson's class. Maybe I read Nietzsche wrong. Isn't that Christianity? Like, I'm weak, I'm helpless, I'm drowning in sin, but I give myself up and I'm forgiven. I'm given grace and God saves me. It's not my strength that saves me. I'm not doing this myself. I'm weak, and that is my virtue. And once I give that, get the mind. Because I don't think Marxism is making a moral. It's an economic argument. It's not a normative claim. He's not saying we need the proletariat to do the revolution because morality. He's saying this is going to happen because material conditions are the thing that causes change in our society. I just saw it happen in France. They didn't have any bread, and then they got the guillotine out and killed the king. So this is going to happen in your little factory farm thing that you're doing with all this child labor and oppressing these people. They're going to rise up, and that'll cause the next change. That's what he's predicting. It's not he's not saying this is what we should be doing. He's saying this is what's going to happen because this is how historical change happens. Is my understanding of Marxism. He's talking about the meta-Marxism where you can where you're virtuous for being oppressed, which is we pity you for being oppressed. Culturally, we say, well, you're retarded, or you have a disability, or you're marginalized, or you're unlucky for whatever reason, and instead of laughing at you or making it a joke or alienating you, we are, understanding and inclusive and forgiving and try to see things from all sides and don't alienate you for those unfortunate things that happen to you. Is the way I always looked at this. I never thought, well, that person's unfortunate equals virtuous. It was that person's unfortunate, I'm a good Christian, thus I'm going to invite him in and get him soup and warm his feet up and put him back on the street tomorrow and get him, I'm a Christian, he's in trouble. I'm virtuous for taking care of the needy. He's not virtuous for being needy. I mean, he's virtuous if he's needy and has been saved by Jesus. But it's not the neediness that's virtuous. It's not the oppression that's virtuous. But that type of thinking makes me think Nietzsche. Well, he's talking about beyond good and evil. He's talking about Christian morality, slave morality, the way they taught us to think about what is good as opposed to this Greek morality that came right before it, where heroism and masculinity and adventure and as many girls as you can sleep with is what's morally good, because that's like the best life you can live. That's a good life. I'm thinking Odysseus. Is Odysseus have Christian morality? No. Is he a good person? Yes. His society sees him as his culture. At the time, being good was being like Odysseus, not being like Jesus Christ. And that's the way I read Nietzsche. Maybe I read it wrong. So when I hear Peterson talking about oppressed equals virtuous, I think that book. I don't think Marx. I think Nietzsche. That's my education. What did you guys learn? Put it in the comment section below. How you understand Peterson's lesson. I thought he was going to say you found the enemy. But no, he said you know who to get. Put your darkest desires upon. Alright. Is that what you want to do to your enemy? I just want to destroy my enemies. I don't want to apply my darkest desires on them. What are your darkest desires? What are you thinking? I guess maybe murder is a pretty dark desire. Or destruction. I don't think of it that way, but if you were a psychologist, you probably would. Think, well, that's a very negative, dark desire you have there to destroy your enemy. Yeah. Okay, well, that's what he says. That's not where I would have gone. Peterson can measure your wokeness. I'd like to know. I don't even know what it means, but he can measure it. I can't even define it. It's kind of harsh what you're saying, Peterson. It's kind of harsh. Well, I notice with the lowest IQ are like, I don't even see people like this. Making fun of ignorance is not funny. You're ignorant about some things. Well, you don't know everything. I guess IQ is not ignorance, but this is so mean. Did you go to your re-education class, Peterson? Because you're still mean. I guess it's funny. But he's not being funny. He's being serious. Oh. Ooh. The gaze? What? I'm not gonna pass Peterson's class. Moral for persecuting your oppressor. We call this justice. I am moral for prosecuting your oppressor? I don't know. Retribution. I want revenge. I have vengeance in my heart. Somebody's gonna pay for this. Letting my soul sit here and fester with the disrespect and damage that has been done to me and my family and my community and my culture is what is immoral. What is moral is settling the score, and then we can all go back to our lives. That is what's moral. Also, it is getting rid of my spite and bile. That's true. That's what philosophy is. That one of the most fun moves you can do. Oh, I'm gonna name this new thing and consolidate it under one word that everybody starts using. Doofenshmirtz likes to do this with his inventions. Luxury beliefs. I think of this as like 50-year-old menopause woman starts telling 16-year-old girls that they don't need to have abortions because Christianity. So your belief isn't conferring a consequence onto you. The consequences are going onto the 16-year-old girl. Is that a luxury belief? Cognitive scientists. It's Peterson and his religion. It's Peterson and his religion. In the 21st century, I thought we were all smart enough to get out of that, and we all have ideology now, but really we don't. We have culture, we have religion, we have tradition, we have convenience. That's really what's driving our beliefs. Ideology is barely as doesn't win you anything. I mean, I guess it wins you the popularity contest. I'm holier than thou. My family says that about me. It's won me nothing. That type of reputation wins me nothing. They think I think I'm a better person than them, and I do half the time. I admire them for their skills, but if we're talking about better person who's more virtuous, well, I'm way more virtuous than all you people. You people are fucking terrible people. You're assholes. You're cheaters. You're schemers. You fuck people over. You're not good people. You're bad people. And they go, look at him. He thinks he's virtuous. Yeah, more than you. They don't think that's cute. They don't think that's funny. I don't win the day. I don't get any credit for that. They're acting like these kids get a lot of points in their reputation for being virtuous. I never got any points for that. If I was being virtuous, it wasn't to win points. I think you're maybe just guilty. A little, he can't be that good of a person because I'm a fucking asshole. So I know humanity is assholes. So I can't wait till the world gets in there and shows him that he's just as bad of a person as all of us. Maybe they were right. Maybe you guys were right. Maybe once these kids get out in the world, they'll see. You're not that good of a person. You act like you're so virtuous, but nobody is. I don't think being oppressed equals virtuous. Peterson just flat out said that that's what these kids think. I'm in the oppressor class, thus I'm a good person. I don't think that's going on. Maybe it is going on subconsciously, because in your story, you're the underdog. And isn't the underdog the good person? I mean, I guess not 100% of the time, but they're some of my favorite stories. The underdog is the hero. I want to root for him. But I think most of the time people just think, well, I'm oppressed, he's oppressing me. It would be good if I could retaliate, but I can't. So I'm down here and I'm oppressed. I'm not good. He's definitely bad. But it's just because he's evil. If he was a good person like me, he wouldn't be oppressing me. I think that's how they think about it. I don't think they think I'm a good person because I'm oppressed. Wouldn't their retaliation then put themselves in the shoes of the oppressor? They would see everything through that lens, so they would be totally conscientious about becoming the oppressor in any situation, and what a bad person that would make them. By your theory of the case, yes, they would, but I don't think that's how anybody really thinks. You're the psychologist, though. You tell me. These guys are the mind leaders, human mind experts. I think what these people are doing. I mean, I'm watching telenovelas about the rich, so I have a lot of opinions about this. And I think what these people are doing is trying to say, well, I'm not as privileged as you really think I am. Okay, my life is kind of hard too, and I have my own problems too. So it's not all fucking daisies over here. Well, you think your life is so hard because you're in an oppressed class, and my life is so easy because I'm not. But I have real problems too. Okay, that's what they're thinking. That's what they're saying. They're not saying, well, I'm in an oppressed class too, and that makes me a good person too. They're saying, well, I have problems too. And so that makes me worthy of consideration and sympathy like they have because they're poor or underprivileged. I mean, this is just... If somebody's being snooty and dismissive and disrespectful to a bunch of 18-year-olds, it's these two guys. They're making fun of the 18-year-olds, but you guys look like the children to me. That maybe is too much. It's kind of rude. But goddamn, it was not too much. I stand by that. Spoiled fucking brat kids. So So what? I want to be seen as a good person. I mean, recently I care less, but when I was 18 or 22, I didn't want people to think I was a bad person. These kids wanting to, it's not enough for them to be in the rich 1%. They also have to think of themselves as good people. Okay. So? Yeah. Yeah. They're adolescents. They're trying to figure out who they are. You're a psychologist. Why are you ripping them a new one? Have some compassion. You think they're faking. You think they're doing the Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas card. Well, I'm basically a Native American, so I deserve extra sympathy and consideration. Well, that's because the school has that as a measurement, and they game the system and won. Sounds like your system sucks. Not the kid's fault. Wow, these kids are really milking this diversity thing. Well, yeah, because you've made it really important. Made it a really important thing, so they decided that they're gonna make it important too. I don't like the beating up on college kids. I don't think it's fair. I think if you're smart enough to get to college, and Crowder comes over and starts making fun of you because you don't have a political mind yet, you're like, I just feel like racism is bad, or I just feel like Nazis are bad, or I just, you know, you have no idea. You're in school to learn. I don't know why people are making fun of you for being stupid. I don't like it. We're talking about education, so it's just, why are you making fun of people for being stupid? Just educate them. Because you think it's important. Sounds like they're smart. I'm a Four Eyes. What does it get me? Nothing. What does all your stuff get you? A scholarship? Then you should fucking pretend that you're that so you can get the scholarship, man. That makes you smart. Look, I'm 19, okay? I'm not perfect. That's just a game. It's not the kid's fault. See if there's any more we want to listen to. I want to see the victimization that elite students won't disclose. What does he mean by that? All of this is because of identity. All I have to do is say, you don't get to pick your identity, I get to pick it for you, and all this disappears. Maybe it's a little more complicated than that. He thinks they're grooming us to be gay so that the other people can take our women. That's what he's saying. They want to keep secret. Yeah. That wasn't my guess, but that makes a lot of sense. I'm still working on my sexual identity. I mean, as far as like, what do you like? I mean, that was pretty clear to me after puberty. But as far as like what kind of a sexual person do I want to be? What type of sex do I want to have? Who do I want to have sex with? When do I want to have sex with them? That's changing. That's constantly changing. But I guess that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about, do I want boys or girls or dress up like a girl or whatever. I consider it gay stuff. I just call that gay stuff. That's fag stuff. This is not very sensitive. What about Valerio and Polo and Cinderella? These guys are in a what the witch call her? Triple? A triple couple? I don't know. I don't know. I can't. God, Jesus Christ. Well, I'm taking a lesson on sex for sure. I'm listening with. Write this down, Patrick. We gotta catch up. Licentiousness? Sexually unrestrictive. Lewd. Lawless. Immoral. They don't want you to moralize it. They want you to say, I am a slut, and that's okay. I wanted to do the opposite. I want to say, well, I'm just an incel, and that's okay. And it's not a bad thing. And it's not taking it back, and I'm owning it. And we're going to just have a Joe Bro afternoon. And I don't even care if there's no women here. And who cares about the women? And I just thought, well, that's powerful. That's a nice card to play when they make fun of me for not having sex or make fun of you for not having sex. It's the same card the sluts are using. Well, you're disparaging me for this, but I'm admitting it's true and I'm rejecting the morality of it. It's not a bad thing. It's fine. I don't know how strong it really is. I feel like it's strong. Makes me feel better. Seems like it's making them feel better. Risk taking. You think, well, you're not thinking. Other humans are thinking about the future and how risky this is, and you're not. You're like, bro, let's go! Will you chip in? Well, what's deviant? What's deviant? Because if we're talking about morality and sex, then what do you mean by deviant? That's what it's not that they're virtuous. It's that they should be treated well and compensated. And sympathized with. And why is that bad? I mean, you're saying that these people are bad people because they're using these ideologies to trick everybody else into thinking that they're oppressed when they're really not. But, I mean, 99 lies. Everybody has their own game. I do know of this, but I don't think that it makes victimhood in general, or having a victim mentality because you're a victim, illegitimate. There are still victims. Being a victim and not blaming yourself and actually being like, no, this person hurt me, is a better psychological state. I'm pretty sure, you psychologists, than saying, well, no, victimhood is not a thing. There is no such thing as oppressors. I'm having a real hard time with these guys. We as individuals, while navigating the world, should be aware of these people running around because we should be defensive and suspicious. Is that why we should? Or because they're deviants and morally reprehensible and bad people? Is it like a moral reason, or is it like a selfish reason? I'm doing it because I'm protecting myself from these people. I really wanted to understand luxury beliefs better. I didn't really get it. Working class families. Maybe we should go join the military when the next big war happens. When they attack America, better level up. Real victims are weak people. Victims of nature. Victims of God. Those are the people we need to help. The weak. Not the needy, or not the unfortunate, but the weak. It's an example. He means a model of this. A psychopath takes all the resources if everybody else is weak. Good. So I'm not interested in wealth, but I'm very interested in fame. I care about my safety, and then I care about my reputation. The thing that you fear is not mine. I have a demon inside to get a beacon of light when it sees in the night. Now it dropped by. You know, I try to take psychology seriously. I want it to be real. I want it to be helpful. I want it to be true. I want it to be cool. That's the Peterson I can do for today. I can't do anymore. Next is DNA analysis and genetic origins of the Ainu. Ainu are the Eskimos of Japan. They're indigenous, meaning they're different types of people than the other Japanese people. What the fuck does that mean? Let's learn. Look at how this girl wears her black lipstick. This is Golden Kamuy. Sugimoto. Immortal Sugimoto. Hokkaido. They didn't even build anything. They have no culture. Where's your architecture? Where's your music? Okay, you have a little bit of that. But like where's like your philosophy and science and guns? You don't have any of that stuff. Where's your farming and where's your ranches? You don't have these things. So you guys must be barbarians, uncivilized, right? I think it's fucking interesting as fuck. I don't know how cool our stuff is, but I think this is pretty cool. I mean, I do like my computer. They don't have computers. Otherwise, look how cool this is. Let's go live on the fucking island. Hunt salmon. They're not even shaving. The girls dance, play music. This is great. Look at their mouths. They tattoo. Oh, their mouth. It's like, oh. Wouldn't have been my choice for beauty tattoo, but okay. Not everything's great, but most things are great. Golden Kamui. A Sherpa. We're doing Hitler after this. I always think the cartoon, they're so pretty when you make them cartoon. Look how pretty she is. Wait, what? See that again. I had no comments. We're just listening. They decide what's important. I'm just listening. Uh-huh. Is it? Is it? That's cool. Or is it? Or is multiculturalism terrible? Or are you paleo conservative? If you're paleo conservative, you will hate this. This is not us. Do you think they all have to be supremacists where it's like my culture is better than yours? Or do you think it can be we're different? Or do you think it's we really only need one culture and it's mine? There's a lot of ways to have that idea. I have ads in the middle of my video. Sample information, sample ID, genetic group, Ainu, region, East Asia, location, Novelski Island, site, Novelsk 2, date, 1800 CE, sex male, Y DNA haplogroup, mtDNA haplogroup. I guess it's a shirt. thinks this is important? This does not fall out of the sky randomly. This was looked for, calculated, presented, and a 4-step process to get it out. Who thinks this is important? My husband has Japanese ancestry, and I am Northwestern European. We have 2 kids. One was born with red hair and hazel eyes, and the other dark brown hair and blue eyes. We were confused. When we took our ancestry test, my husband's paternal side showed him being a descendant of the Ainu, and no European history, as we first suspected. There seems to be quite a mix of genes for the Ainu people. Thanks for the video. Sherpa has blue eyes. There is only one village in Japan that is majority Ainu. There is an Ainu-run guest house called Yanto right next to the museum that hosts regular cultural gatherings open to anybody. Honestly, the Ainu language is pretty much gone. I was talking to a couple of Ainu people at the village, and they said that there were basically no native speakers left. And although there are a few old people who can speak it to a degree, there are still some linguists who learn it and try to pass it on what they can. It's pretty much gone, and even when the elders performed their ceremonies in Ainu, they're basically reciting a string of words they memorized but don't understand. The Ainu seem culturally very close to native populations of coastal Alaska, as well as geographically prominent. If Ainu Jomon ancestry is now accepted through DNA tracking, then it would certainly be a productive line of archaeological inquiry to investigate possible lines of migration from Japan to Alaska in perhaps a pre or early Jomon era. My husband is Japanese and he has very thick beard. His family is from Southwest Island, so I'm wondering if he's Jomon ancestry. Really fascinating. Is it? I'm just interested. Okay, but why this specifically? I just find it fascinating. Okay, me too. For some reason, my mind always draws the line between them and the Sami people of Finland. 300 likes. Probably due to both being a northern region of the country, the Sami look Asian-ish surrounded by Europeans, and the Ainu look European-ish surrounded by Asians. Did they look European to you? I thought they looked Pacific Islanders. After a lot of requests, thanks for finally making a DNA Ainu analysis video. The Ainu sample belongs to northern Ainu Island and acquired more Oshkosh ancestry compared to the Ainu from Hokkaido. The South Asian component is confused with the East Eurasian ancestry considered among Jomon population and inherited by the Ainu. It's also popping out in Tibet results as any of those East Eurasian lineages, and genetic calculators got represented as South Asian ancestry, although there is no any real ancestry in the Ainus, Jomons, or Tibets. AASI ancestry. I saw Ainu in an anime. I thought it was just fiction. Great to know the history of these people. It was called Golden Kamuy. I highly recommend it. It was really funny. I highly recommend it too. I'm a Japanese guy born and raised in Hokkaido. The principal of the kindergarten I attended looked like Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. When I watched a video from that channel, I was like, why is my sensei there? Also, there's a famous Ainu activist named Akabe, and he looks very similar to a Muslim activist I found on YouTube a while ago. If you're interested, he was a moderator of a debate between Lawrence Krauss and Hamaz Tzortis. I have heard that the tribe of the main character of Princess Mononoke is modeled after the Ainu people. Oh, that's cool. Cheers to my Ainu cousin in Asia from Canada. Hey Maui, you tired of Ainu? You tired of Ainu, Maui? Okay, we're done with Ainu. We got her. I'm skipping PVD. Moving down. I do want Kennedy. Who killed Kennedy? Did you guys read Bill O'Reilly's book? He knew. You think you know Hitler? Okay. Great start. Great intro. Can't even hold a job. You'll be lucky if you'll even get a job, Hitler. Carla Hitler. He's kind of different. You stay with me, right? Why are you reading that? Don't make me read stupid books like that. Why? Yeah, you're a bad cat.